You're tuned in to the HCC Board of Trustees live stream. The first meeting will begin at 3:30 this afternoon. You're tuned to the HCC Board of Trustees live stream. Meetings will begin at 3:30 this afternoon, and the official meeting will begin at 4.
Good afternoon. The Committee of the Whole meeting for February 18, 2026 will now come to order at,
3:42 p.m.
thank you. This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. No citizens are signed up to speak before the Committee of the Whole. Is there a motion to approve item A, approve HCC Board goals for 2025-2026?
So moved. Second.
It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item. Well, should say. It should say. So, what we did was previously when we had our retreat, we agreed that we were going to set some goals. And so the trustees have met and we've set goals for us. And I don't know, Melissa, you want to mention something?
And so I took some feedback that was provided to me from some board members via email and translated that into the document. I didn't take any liberties with it. I just translated it exactly how the information was conveyed to me, so hopefully I've done that accurately.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions, comments? Hearing none, then we're ready to vote. So voting is now open. We're waiting for it to come up.
He's refreshing them.
Okay.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 5-0.
Thank you very much. So that was the only item we had for this meeting of the Committee of the Whole. So the Committee of the Whole is now adjourned at
3:45 p.m.
two. And we'll have our next meeting of the meeting, our board meeting at 4 o'clock. in. Good afternoon. This regular meeting will now come to order on February 18, 2026 at
4:02 p.m.
Thank you. This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. Let us remember in our thoughts Dr. Adriana Tamez and the loss of her dear father, Mr. Isidro Tamez, who passed on February the 3rd, 2026. Visitation and rosary will be held on Friday, February 20, 2026 from 5 to 9 at Funeraria del Ángel Crespo, 4136 Broadway Street, 77087. And the funeral mass will take place on Saturday, February 21st, 2026 at 10 o'clock a.m. at Resurrection Catholic Church, 915 Zoe Street in Houston, 77020, followed by burial at Forest Park Lawndale Cemetery at noon. We offer our prayers to the Tamez family. We also want to remember in our thoughts and prayers all those who have lost loved ones. At this time, please join Dr. Cynthia Linton-Gary for prayer, followed by the pledges. Dr. Linton-Gary?
O eternal God, bless all schools, colleges, and universities, and especially Houston City College, that they may be lively centers for sound learning, new discovery, and the pursuit of wisdom. And grant that those who teach and those who are willing to learn may find you as their source of all truth through Jesus Christ our Lord. We pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the
Flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're now ready to approve the minutes from the Board of Governance committee meeting on December the 3rd, 2025, Academic and Student Affairs and Committee of the Whole meetings on January 14, 2026, and Audit Committee and regular meetings on January 21st, 2026. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for Board Governance Committee meeting on December the 3rd?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved in second. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, we're now ready to vote on the approval of the minutes for the Board Governance Committee meeting on December the 3rd and January 2026. Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. We will now move to our awards, presentations, and recognitions. Todd Duplantis will introduce the awards, presentations, and recognitions.
Good afternoon. We now invite Dr. David Liakos, Interim Chair of Philosophy, Dr. Nathan Smith, Faculty Senate President and Instructional Services Fellow, Astrid Salarda, HCC Foundation Development Director, and Karen L. Schmidt, HCC Foundation President, to join the trustees and the Chancellor, Ford Fisher, in front of the dais for the check presentation from the Teagle Foundation in support of providing access to general education courses on transformative texts. Trustee and Chancellor, if you would remain in front of the dais for the next presentation, then we'll have remarks after that. We now invite Mr. Rundir Sani to join the trustees and Chancellor Ford Fisher in front of the dais for a check presentation, along with Dr. Rima Adil, Vice Chancellor of Communications, Francis Rios, HCC Foundation Development Director, and Karen Schmidt, HCC Foundation President. Thank you for your donation to HCC. Trustee and Chancellor, you may return to the dais. And we'll now invite HCC Foundation President Karen Schmidt to the podium for remarks.
Thank you, Board Chair Laredo, trustees, and Chancellor Ford Fisher. As president of the HCC Foundation, I'm pleased to recognize the Teagle Foundation's generous $300,000 grant supporting Human Horizons, a transformative text and discussion-based humanities initiative. This 4-year grant expands access to discussion-based general education courses centered on transformative texts, not to be confused with texts. Each course draws from a shared list of 150 texts curated by an interdisciplinary faculty committee, creating a common academic experience across disciplines. Similar programs at other institutions have seen dramatic improvements in completion and transfer rates among participating students. Although the Teagle Foundation team could not join us today, we are proud to recognize the HCC faculty leading this important work, Dr. David Lakos, Dr. Nathan Smith, along with principal investigators Dr. Joanna Fax and Dr. Melinda Meha, and Dr. Jacob Mills. Thank you for their leadership. This initiative is enriching general education and strengthening outcomes for students. I now invite Dr. David Lakos to the podium for remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chancellor Ford Fisher, members of the board, and President Schmidt. Nearly half of U.S. undergraduate students are enrolled in community colleges. It's increasingly likely that if community college students do not take classes in liberal education, then they will never have the opportunity to do so. Here at HCC, Human Horizons aims to meet this urgent need. With generous support from the Teagle Foundation, we're building a curriculum of tagged general education courses across multiple departments, including arts, English, history, humanities, philosophy, and more. Students from across HCC are engaged in a common intellectual experience, grounded in 2 core principles. First, all Human Horizons courses are taught through discussion. In these seminar-style meetings, our students speak freely and creatively about their experiences. Second, Human Horizons courses draw their readings from a common list of texts written by a diverse group of HCC faculty. A mix of classic as well as recent and emerging writings, these texts speak to deep and abiding human concerns, and our students see themselves in these texts. The discussion format and emphasis on reading transformative texts and encourage our students to take ownership of their identity as learners who care about their education as well as their futures. Human Horizons has fostered a culture of reading, discussion, and intellectual collaboration. In addition to our dozens of courses, we've conducted faculty training workshops, How I Teach This Text seminars, and student panels and group discussions. We funded attendance at academic conferences and offer a free and open faculty reading group. By receiving Teagle's Cornerstone Grant, HCC joins institutions of higher education across the U.S. who are reinvesting in liberal learning in general education, from community colleges like ours to major research universities like Stanford and Vanderbilt, both of whom have hosted national Cornerstone convenings where HCC faculty have participated. With support from Teagle and another private donor, we are working with the HCC Foundation on an endowment fund for Human Horizons that will ensure that our students receive sustained access to liberal learning. We face a critical juncture for the future of higher education in general and of HCC's core curriculum in particular. And it's our firm conviction that the Human Horizons vision of learning will contribute to student success here at HCC. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Chair Laredo, trustees, and Chancellor Ford Fisher. As president of the HCC Foundation, I'm pleased to recognize Mr. Randhir Sahi for his generous $5,000 gift announced at the State of the College in support of transforming students' lives through success. Today, Mr. Sahi has chosen to deepen that impact with an additional contribution of $10,000, bringing his generosity to $15,000. We are so proud to honor Mr. Sahi's commitment to our students and grateful for his meaningful support of Houston City College. At this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Randhir Sahi to the podium for remarks.
Good afternoon, Chancellor and the board members. It's a pleasure to be.
Afternoon.
It's a pleasure to be back here. As I entered the building, I go back to 2003, 2004, when we worked on the central campus, because that had to be. We worked on the programming of the hub building. That's what we were hired for. Since then, luckily, in the next 15 years, we worked on every campus, all 7 of them, and thanks to you all, I'm here today. The only thing that made this happen is education. And that's why in 2008, my family decided to form a foundation. We have a Sani Family Foundation for education. And we give money every year. Every college that I've been to has been given back at least 3 times what I got. I landed in Houston in 1969, September 4th, 4 days after Armstrong landed on the moon. Because I got a fellowship to go to Rice. And since then, things have been going the right way. So I thought it was only right for me to give back to every institution. And we give about, I won't mention the number, but a lot of money every year to colleges where we went, my daughters went, and we'll continue to do that because that's what life is all about. Your work is greatly appreciated, and thank you for allowing me to come and talk to you. Bye-bye.
We thank you.
At this time, we invite Dr. Melinda Mejia, Faculty Division Chair, Spanish, World Language, and Humanities, to the podium for the recognition of Black History Month, which is observed throughout the month of February, Women's History Month, which will be observed the month of March, and International Women's Day, which is observed on Sunday, March 8th.
As she's coming up, I'd just like to say on behalf of the Board of Trustees and all of Houston City College, I want to thank our donors and for believing in education and believing in our students. And again, thank you. Thank you both for your wonderful donation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Hi. Thank you, Chancellor Ford Fisher, members of the board, and other attendees. I'm Melinda Mejia, and I'm here to introduce our presentations for Black History Month and Women's History Month and International Women's Day. I'd like to thank our participants, Dr. Elizabeth Denham, Professor Sybil Davis, Dr. Antrice Baget, and Dr. Marsha Lindsay, who contributed their time, voices, and expertise in honor of these special occasions, as well as the HCC TV Studios team for their help on the visual enhancements of this video production. Please enjoy.
February is designated as Black History Month, and this February is especially important as it marks 100 years since the first national observance of Black history. Envisioned by Dr. Carter G. Woodson as a week-long effort to highlight achievements and experiences of Black Americans, including people of African descent, whose roots span African, the Caribbean, and the Americas, the observance grew into a sustained national commitment. Today, Black History Month ensures the study, teaching, and celebration of people across history, affirming the essential role Black Americans have played in shaping our nation, our communities, and our shared future.
From the earliest days, Black History commemoration has been about more than remembrance. It is also about building a better future. Dr. Woodson believed that understanding history empowers communities to claim their voice and define their destiny. Today, protecting that history and fostering that knowledge remains essential.
Here in Houston, that legacy comes alive through institutions committed to education, dialogue, and service. Organizations like the Center for Healing Racism challenge us to engage honestly with history and with one another as a way to uphold human dignity and strengthen community. The Buffalo Soldiers National Museum preserves the stories of courage and leadership of African Americans in the military, reflecting the broader traditions of resilience found across the African diaspora, reminding us of the strength of Black communities and their role in protecting our nation. What we see is that history is not distant. It lives in our communities. It lives in our brothers and sisters, our friends and our parents and grandparents, whose struggles and achievements mark both how far we have come and work that remains.
At Houston City College, we are part of that work. We carry forward the purpose of Black History Month by expanding access, honoring a wealth of lived experiences, and preparing future leaders. We also recognize and celebrate our Black faculty, staff, and leadership who serve as role models to our students. Thank you for your guidance. We also observe Black History Month during this centennial year. But we reaffirm our commitment to preparing our students with knowledge and confidence, and to listening to their voices as they help shape a more just future.
In March, we celebrate Women's History Month and International Women's Day to shed light on the contributions women have made throughout time, contributions that too often go unrecognized. We also honor the ongoing work women do to strengthen their communities, often while navigating persistent barriers. Across generations, women have been essential to the well-being of society as caretakers, professionals, leaders, activists, and innovators. They have solved problems long before they were given credit and built systems that sustained families, communities, and institutions. This legacy brings us to this year, Leading the Change, Women Shaping a Sustainable Future. The theme encourages us to think about sustainability, not only in environmental terms, but also in economic stability, community resilience, and intergenerational responsibility.
Women have long been architects of sustainable solutions. strengthening education systems, advancing equity, and building institutions that support both people and the planet. One powerful example of this leadership is Hazel Johnson. Johnson's activism was shaped by her lived experience in Altgert Gardens, a Chicago public housing community surrounded by landfills and industrial pollution. After discovering that residents face unusually high rates of cancer and respiratory illness, she organized neighbors to demand clean air, safe water, and accountability from government agencies. Through People for Community Recovery, she combined community education with policy advocacy, helping define what would become the environmental justice movement.
We also honor women leaders around the world through International Women's Day, observed each year on March 8th. Global figures such as Malala Yousafzai, who advocates for girls' education, Wangari Maathai, who connected environmental sustainability with civic leadership, and Maria Montessori, whose educational philosophy transformed learning, remind us at HCC that education remains one of the most powerful tools for lasting change. At HCC, we honor this legacy by celebrating women's achievements and reaffirming our role as educators and mentors.
Understanding women's history and the systems that have shaped opportunity and access is essential to our students' educational journey. By studying these histories thoroughly and honoring women's experiences and contributions, we can build a future that is both sustainable and just.
Once again, thank you, Dr. Mejia. Madam Chair, this concludes the awards, presentations, and recognitions.
Thank you. At this time, we open the floor for trustees to provide information regarding activities in their respective districts, an overview of conferences or workshops attended, and/or to recognize individuals for outstanding contributions in the community that promote education and community service. We ask trustees to limit their respective comments to no more than 2 minutes. Trustees, we'll start on this end. Over here.
This is a letter that I sent to my chancellor. According to my constituents in the 9th District of HISD and HCC, there was a breach of duty applicable to the principal of Worthing Early College High School. The conduct of the principal failed to meet the applicable standard of care regarding students and teachers. On the afternoon of February 5th, the principal engaged in an extended public tirade against students and teachers concerning cultural and fiscal issues. The principal singled out students by cultural and or ethnic identity and spoke disrespectful comments toward each cultural ethnic group. The principal continued with derelict behavior, and this conduct is a clear case of conduct unbecoming of a principal. The conduct fails to meet the applicable standard of care and is one of the 4 elements of negligence. As a result of this reprehensible recorded behavior, I am compelled to respectfully ask for a full review of the incident and a full report on the Early College High School. My constituents have been harmed, their children have been disrespected, and teachers are unusually reserved. Worthing Early College High School reputation that we worked so hard to build is damaged, and parents have lost trust in the principal. Thank you, Chancellor Ford Fisher, and thank you to my board chair, Eva Laredo, for addressing this troubling matter with me. I appreciate their guidance, and I will follow their suggestions. On a much higher and much better report, our freshmen in the Harvard Speech and Debate Tournament were ranked in the highest ranked speaker for policy debate and congressional debate. An A-Leaf alum that attends Harvard invited our students, and she invited them to a rehearsal for her orchestra show. Thank you so much to A-Leaf ISD for their students performing so well at the Harvard Speech and Debate Tournament, which represented 50 states plus international countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot going on out in West Houston. The engineering COE was approved by the coordinating board to offer an Associate of Science in Engineering Technology degree, and the program launches in the fall of 2026. The IT Center hosted a plant swap and about 80 community members attended. Dr. Zach Hodges, who's a busy man out in that district and serves on the Memorial City TERS 17 board, joined City Council member Amy Peck and other city officials to launch a project to develop major detention infrastructure to reduce flooding and to build a new police and fire station in the Spring Branch area. Northwest College made its debut as the first annual No Quitters event in Katy to help people keep their resolution. HCC participated in the Harris County Precinct 4 Town Hall at Hastings High School. The event, led by Commissioner Leslie Briones and her team, featured updates and discussions with U.S. Rep. Lizzie Fletcher and A-Leaf Superintendent Dr. Anthony Mays. That is my report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Davis?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. District 4 has not been quite as active and eventful, but we did wrap up the month of January with the Fashion Fusion show inspired by Frida Kahlo and her historic artistry. The shows how the making of an icon featured HCC Central students. I see I'm Dr. Harrod. Drawing a blank on your name. I'm looking at you, Dr. Harrod. And then I'm drawing a blank on your name as well. Miss Suzette Bremer. This is, it's a case of...
when you get older.
It's a senior moment.
Yeah, I'm just having one of those days, but excellent show as always. It was a great representation of what we're really accomplishing through the opportunities that we're fostering for students at HCC Central. I had the pleasure and privilege of participating recently in the Association for Community College Trustees National Legislative Summit, which is our opportunity to pay a visit with Congress and really advocate on behalf of issues that are pertinent to our students. One of the things that has come out of that was, last year one of our big advocacy points was making workforce training Pell eligible. That has now become the law. So that and many other things are some of the advocacy efforts that we're engaging in. Finally, it is Black History Month. I know the presentation talked about the founding of it by Carter G. Woodson, but I think anyone who's paid attention to Black history in a global sense, we all come collectively together in mourning the loss of Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, Sr., who passed away a couple of days ago. A true icon who understood what it meant to be a human and what our common humanity represented. I'll end with this, one of my favorite lines from what I thought was one of the greatest speeches that he delivered. He said, "Tonight we come together," no, not to, that's the other speech. "Tonight we pause and give honor to God for being good enough to allow us to be here at this place and at this time. As I look out at this convention, I see the face of America. Red, yellow, brown, black, and white. We're all precious in God's sight." Thank you.
I would like to also congratulate the VEX Robotics dual credit students that have participated at the at the HCC Southeast Roboton that they've been having. We've had many, many students, and they've excelled, and we know that they are our future leaders, so congratulations, and thank you, Dr. Viagran Glover, for opening your campus to these different students that come. I think last week they had the drone, and then I hear great things about it. So thank you for opening our doors. And I know that they also participate at the Southwest campus as well. Also, I had the opportunity, along with some of our board members, to go to Washington, D.C. last week. I told one of the trustees it was so cold over there. The temperature was cold, and the climate was kind of cold too. So, but the best thing about it was that we had over 100 students nationwide that participated, and HCC had 3 students that joined us out on the Hill, and that was great because it was a great experience for them. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our virtual lobby. During winter break, our virtual lobby assisted over 2,200 students, and we had over 50 volunteers across the district. So Mr. Matt Garza, thank you, and Sonia Scott King, thank you for opening up and doing that virtual lobby for our students. It was very effective, and we got a large number of students that came out from there, so thank you. It wouldn't have happened if we didn't have great volunteers that wanted to participate. And also, thank you to all of you that make us proud and are there for our students, and it's about our students, and thank you for the dedication. Thank you. Give yourself a hand. The Board of Trustees required annual training will be completed via self-study. Our board services will provide the training videos by March 27, 2026. Trustees will need to submit their training certification forms to board services by April 30th, 2026. And thank you, board services, for always reminding us and keeping us on our toes. Thank you. Also, please note that there are no board meetings scheduled for the month of March. The following meetings are scheduled for April the 1st, committee meetings, and that's no April Fool joke. We will be here. Committee of the whole meetings at 4, and April the 15th. Wow, those are important dates. Regular meeting at 4 o'clock, tax day, April 15th. The meetings will be held at the HCC Administration Building, 3100 Main Street, and will be posted according to the Open Meetings Act requirement. This concludes the chair report. We will now hear from Dr. Ford Fisher with the Chancellor's report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. First, I'd like to begin by also thanking the Teagle Foundation and to Mr. Randy Sani for their very generous support of HCC students. I think this is critically important. I understand the importance of liberal education, but also workforce education, having benefited from both English communications as well as urban and regional planning. And so I see the value there for our students, irrespective of the pathway they decide they're going to follow. But in addition to that, for Mr. Sani, working very closely with him on the master planning of many of our facilities when I was president of the Northeast College, truly appreciate his support as well. He donated $5,000, then 10, that's $15,000 that he's giving to our students to invest in their future. And of course, the $300,000 from the Teagle Foundation. Cannot thank you enough for investing in our students and in their future. I would also like to focus on the NLS presentations in Washington, D.C. This summit was hosted by ACCT and AACC, and it brought together more than 1,000 community college leaders to discuss federal policies that affect our institutions and our students. So our HCC delegation, trustees, administrators, students, and I had the opportunity to meet with members of the Harris County Congressional Delegation. These meetings allowed us to highlight HCC's trending programs, the importance of federal support, including federal dollars emerging from programs like, as the trustee indicated, Pell Grants, Workforce Pell, discontinuation of taxes on Pell Awards that our students have to pay. We focused on financial aid and supplemental education opportunity grants. And we also emphasized the need to expand adult education funding to better serve residents who lack a high school diploma or GED so that they may advance into certifications that will lead to higher wages. One of the highlights, of course, was when our students, all of the students who were a part of the Texas group from the various community colleges were asked for the students who wanted to come up and make remarks about their future. We had 3 students. All of them spoke so eloquently, and they focused on their career pathways with such passion. One of the students pre-med, another in sonography, and another in nursing. All very, very impressive and made us very, very proud. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to Dr. Ramel Young, Vice Chancellor of Government Relations and External Affairs, and the team, our students and our trustees for their participation and the contributions which helped to make these meetings a great success for us. So thank you all. 2 additional items I'd like to mention in my part of the report before going on to additional information. HCC Spring 2026 enrollment is currently up 10.3% at 64,253 students. HCC has already exceeded enrollment at the end of the term in spring of 2025. Credit enrollment, as I mentioned, is up. Continuing education enrollment is up 3%. Dual credit enrollment, which is a part of our credit enrollment, remains strong, up to 26.8%. So at this time, what we'd like to do is to focus very briefly on a report that has been requested by Trustee Chiban as well, and other members of our board as it pertains to the student outcomes, our student success in transfer. And so Dr. Andrea Burridge, our Vice Chancellor of RADS, will present that report. Dr. Burridge.
Thank you, Chancellor, trustees. We are pleased to present our latest transfer outcomes. As illustrated in the chart, over the last 5 years, we have observed a general upward trajectory in our 4-year transfer rates. We further define success by our students' persistence and achievement at their transfer universities. Data from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board indicates that HCC students maintain a 78.3 fall-to-fall retention rate after transferring, and 62.3% earn a bachelor's degree within 4 years of their transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Burridge, for that report and keeping us on track with the outcomes that we all expect to see for all of our students who enroll with us. Now we are pleased to provide our United Student Council report. Ms. Gia Jones to the podium to present the United Student Council report. Ms. Jones.
Good evening, Madam Chancellor, Madam Chair, and members of the board. It is a privilege to stand before you this evening to provide an update on behalf of our student leaders. I would like to begin by expressing sincere gratitude for the opportunity extended to students to attend the HCC National Legislative Summit in Washington, D.C., alongside the Chancellor and the Board of Trustees. This experience was both historic and deeply meaningful, as it marked the first time students were included in this important national advocacy effort. Joining me on this journey were 2 amazing honor students, Andrea Gildry, President of Northwest SGA and Eagle Ambassador, and Phoenix Martinez, Central SGA Treasurer and United Student Council Treasurer. Throughout the 3-day summit, we gained valuable insight of the future of higher education and the legislative priorities that directly impact community college students. We learned about the efforts to protect and strengthen Pell Grants fundings improve the American Opportunity Tax Credit, and support enrollment growth and workforce development through federal investments. These discussions helped us better understand not only policy, but also our responsibility as student leaders to advocate for access, equity, and student success. We also had the opportunity to collaborate with more than 100 students leaders from across the nation, sharing experiences, exchanging ideas, and preparing to speak with elected officials about the real changes students are facing. Hearing from Nick Moore, President and CEO of Phi Theta Kappa, reminded us that leadership can begin in community colleges and grow into national impact. His message encouraged us to embrace our journey and lead with confidence and purpose. Our visit to Capitol Hill was especially powerful. We met with Senator Ted Cruz, Congressman Christian Menifee, who's newly elected, and Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher, while also connecting with the offices of Congressman Al Green, Wesley Hunt, and Randy Weber. Sharing our personal stories and hearing their encouragement affirmed that student voices truly matter in shaping educational policies. Beyond this meeting and sessions, we shared meaningful moments together, including breakfast and dinner with the Chancellor and the Board of Trustees, visiting national monuments, and experiencing both the educational and cultural richness of our nation's capital. These moments made the trip not only educational, but memorable and inspiring. Most importantly, this experience strengthened our growth as leaders. We returned with a greater knowledge, deeper confidence, and an even stronger commitment to serve our fellow students with excellence. On behalf of all student leaders, thank you for believing in us, investing in us, and allowing us to be a part of this journey. The impact of this opportunity will continue further beyond this trip. Thank you again for the opportunity to share these updates and for your continued support of student leaders and initiatives. United we lead, together we succeed. I now yield the floor back to you, Madam Chancellor.
Thank you very much, President Jones. Excellent report. And now I would like to invite the Faculty Senate President, Dr. Nathan Smith, to the podium to present the Faculty Senate report. Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Chancellor, Board of Trustees. First of all, I just want to express my deepest condolences on behalf of the Faculty Senate to Trustee Tomez and her family in the passing of her father. It's very sad to hear. I wanted to say today that I'm especially grateful to be able to speak to you today. I know that there were deliberations around this process, and I want to say, first of all, that I understand why the board is focused directly on doing the business of the college. I think that's deeply important. I appreciate your focus on the strategy and mission of the college and the key tasks that are before you. But I also want to say that I'm very happy that we have an opportunity to speak in front of you each month. I think this also is part of the work of the college and important for the board to hear from the key constituents that make up the groundwork of what we do, our faculty, our students, and our staff. This is, by allowing us this opportunity to report to you, you are upholding and reaffirming your support for shared governance, as well as your willingness to hear from and understand what is going on at the front lines of the institution. I know that you care about this. Some of you had told me this as in informal conversations, and so I really appreciate it. In support of your goals, though, I will keep my comments brief, and all I want to do today is just to share with you some opportunities that are coming up this semester at the Faculty Senate that I working with others, are working on. First, we have the Student Success Summit. This is March 20th at the West Houston Institute. The theme is From 0 to 60, Accelerating Student Success and Completion. This will be an invitation event for cross-functional teams to come and talk about how we can address the issues of student success and completion. Second, the Faculty Conference on April 10th, also at West Houston Institute. Our theme this year is Recentering the Human in Education. Our call for proposals closes this week. The event will be in the morning from 9 to noon. And finally, the Eagle Summer Seminar, May 11th through 14th. This is a 2.5-day professional development retreat for faculty. We're seeking 20 full-time faculty to participate who use their professional development funds to attend the retreat. We are covering the cost of 5 facilitators and 15 adjunct faculty so that they can spend some dedicated time learning from other professors how to make their teaching more vibrant and supportive for our students. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, President Smith. Thank you. And now I would like to invite the Staff Senate President, Ms. Morgan Yett, to the podium to present the Staff Senate report. President Yett.
Greetings, Madam Chancellor, Madam Chair, and members of the board. Thank you for allowing me this time to share some updates from the Staff Senate. The Staff Senate has been very active over the last few weeks. On January 29th, the Campus Safety and Awareness Committee met. On February 5th, the Policy and Procedures Committee met. And the Professional Development and Conference Committee hosted the Getting in Control of Your Money webinar on February 4th. And we had 112 HCC staff members to join the session. A special thank you to Mr. Daniel Scholl, HCC Financial Coach, for leading the webinar, and to the Professional Development and Conference Committee co-chairs, Ms. Juliet Manning and Yinka Jenemy, for organizing this event. Last Friday, the HCC Toastmasters Charter Ceremony was held here at the district office, and we want to send a special thank you to Ms. Jocelyn Williams and Ms. Emma Welch, the leadership from the Toastmasters District 56, the HCC staff members that joined us, and the HCC chapter officers for attending the ceremony. The Wellness and the Community Outreach Committee hosted a joint meeting, and they are working to plan an event for the spring. And many of our staff have been attending the in-person active shooter trainings. And we want to thank you to our Campus Safety and Awareness Committee co-chairs, Ms. Teresa Washburn and Mr. Bruce Ware, for advocating for more in-person training offerings. And we want to thank our leadership for being responsive to this request by providing more opportunities for our staff to get trained and be prepared. I'd also like to highlight a few accomplishments of our staff. Mr. Jose Gonzalez from the Northeast Campus was promoted to Campus Technology Support Supervisor. Jose is also a staff senator. And during the fall 2025 commencement ceremony, we had 2 staff members that graduated. Ms. Jasmine Brown, a student recruiter at the Southwest College, which is also one of our staff senators, and Ms. Rhonda Jacobs, administrative assistant in the English department, also from Southwest College. Congratulations to all, and that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, President Yett. Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you, and congratulations to the graduates. That's wonderful. Now have the hearing of citizens. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the application for hearing 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. Time allotted to each citizen or organization shall be limited to 4 minutes. The board may stop any speaker who makes complaints against a specific trustee or employee or comments about the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a specific employee, and may require the speaker to resume his or her comments in closed session as permitted under the personnel exemption of the Open Meetings Act. The following person has signed up to appear before the board: Derek Montgomery. Derek Montgomery, you may step up. No response from Derek, then we will continue. We appreciate concerns raised during the hearing of the citizens portion of the meeting. If the matters you raised are not included on the board agenda, state law, specifically the Texas Open Meetings Act, prohibits the board from discussing or acting on these issues at this board meeting. The comments provided will be taken into consideration. Thank you. At this time, we will do approval of consent agenda. Are there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda to be set aside for discussion? Trustees? Wilson?
I'd like to pull item number 2.
Any other items, trustees? Seeing none. Okay, we're going to approve the consent agenda without item number 2. Item number 2 will be pulled for discussion.
We need a
So
motion.
moved.
Second.
A motion.
It's been moved and
Moved in
seconded.
second. Okay, it's been moved in second. So now we'll vote on the items, excluding number 2.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. At this time, we will now open for discussion item number 2. Trustee Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We need a motion.
We need a motion in this.
A motion for number 2.
Move item number 2, approval of HCC schedule of tuition and fees.
Second.
Thank you. Now we're ready for discussion.
Thank you. This year, it looks like we're going to experience about a $8.5 million surplus in tuition revenues. And that increase has been driven mainly by higher enrollment, which is a very good thing. If the enrollment remains steady and we do the same, we can expect another 8.5 million in excess next year. While this is certainly positive news, it also calls for thoughtful reflection and responsible decision making. We must ask ourselves some important questions. Are we charging more than necessary for tuition and fees? How can we best use this surplus to strengthen and support our college? Should we consider lowering the tuition next year to make education more accessible? If you look at our budget, 53% comes from ad valorem tax, 27% from tuition, and 16% from the state, and 4% from other revenue sources. And our in-district rate for tuition is $33 a semester hour, and our out-of-district is $121, and our out-of-state is $151. The out-of-district is 3.67 times as much as our in-district, and the out-of-state is 4.57 times more than our in-district, which should be, and it should be like I think it originally was set up, is tied to our revenue streams. And if we just take the in-district people and their revenue stream would be 27% for tuition, and that's and then if you take the out-of-district, you need to add the tuition and the state taxes. I'm sorry, the ad valorem taxes. The people out of district do not pay ad valorem taxes. They still pay state taxes. The people out of state don't pay state taxes, don't pay ad valorem taxes. So if you add those up and you look at it percentage-wise and you come from the baseline of $33 for in-district, and you take that 3.67 times, you'll get $98 is what our tuition should be for out of district and $117 out of state. That's if you kept that in line with our revenue stream. But if you went backwards and you go from the $151 from out of state and back into it from that direction, out of district would be $126, and then in district would be $42.50. So my point about that is there's some alignment that we might consider for that. But with this money and this tuition, we've got an opportunity to think strategically about the future. If we want to promote careers in healthcare, could we offer free tuition for all of our healthcare students as an incentive to work in that with this extra money? Could it help address workforce shortages while expanding opportunities for our students? Another thing is, could we offer, like Amway, when they do their promoting, if a student brings another student to class, we can give that original student half off of their tuition. If they bring two students, we could have tuition free. I'm wanting to think outside the box, as you can probably tell from some of these ideas. But additionally, we know that a few of our campuses are currently facing enrollment challenges. Should we explore free tuition at those special locations as a way to increase enrollment and revitalize those campuses? That's another option in my mind. These are significant decisions that require careful consideration. And our goal should be to ensure that any surplus we generate is used in ways that advance our mission, support our students, strengthen the long-term sustainability of our institution. I'd like us to carefully consider how we use these funds. One idea worth exploring is investing in buying a healthcare facility and merging them into our facility and at increased enrollment. Rather than allowing this money to disappear into the general budget with nothing tangible to show for it, isn't my idea of what we should do here today. We have an opportunity to create something lasting and meaningful, and I'm asking the administration and my fellow board members to share their ideas on how we can use this funding in a way that produces a positive long-term outcome for our students and our institution.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Trustee Vanderbilt.
One of the challenges we were facing is that we have scholarship funding that was not distributed. As a result, the chancellor made an executive decision to remove the barriers that would prevent most students from being eligible for that funding. I would recommend that any revenue that we have be moved to the scholarship funds so that all students are eligible for scholarship. This would be a great idea because we have a number of programs that are of interest, but we have prospective students who do not have the funding. And this was a discussion from the 3 students when we were in Washington, D.C., that their friends were not eligible for scholarship funding. We did find out at the last board meeting that the foundation had 11,000 applications. Is that correct? 11,000 applications that we were not aware of. So, and how many students received a scholarship? 2,000. So 9,000 students should have been eligible for scholarship funding, and they were not. So I would recommend that any revenue that we receive be moved to the scholarship funds, and 100% of that revenue go to scholarships for students, not to administration, not to consultants, not to operations 100% of that funding should go to scholarships for students. We can really change the trajectory of the citizenship in our region when students have assistance. It matters, and I think that with $9 million left over so far, having that funding to be eligible for students, and thank you, Chancellor, for removing the barriers, because obviously the barriers were the challenge. 25 and under and 2.5 GPA, that was not working for us. And so now removing these challenges and the titles that go with these scholarships and the restrictions, the funding goes to the students. And I have asked the Chancellor and the Chair to consider that any, and we wouldn't call it revenue, any efficiencies we find, any fiscal efficiencies we find at the audit committee level, that at least 10% of those fiscal efficiencies be moved to scholarship funding for students. In this way, we won't have 9,000 students that do not get any funding. And thank you, Trustee Wilson, for making this obvious, because I think that we can look at a way to reduce out-of-state and out-of-district tuition so that more students would apply here rather than elsewhere. I think that's a great idea.
Madam
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Second Chancellor wanted to address. You're fine? Okay. Yeah.
May I just suggest we put this on our next retreat to discuss, because this is really going to be an opportunity, I think, for everybody to think about it, give their input before we can do really anything. We need to vote on this now because it has a deadline, and that way we can get everybody out in a good amount of time. We had a really great meeting with the Aspen folks where the board really got to talk about a lot of these important issues. And it'd be nice if we could have a dedicated time to speak about this when we have some time to think about it.
Yeah. I would like to, I don't know if it's possible, but I would like to amend the technology fee for us to put it $25 per class instead of $25 per hour, because seeing that the tuition is $33 per hour, and then you have your technology fee $25 per hour the way it is now, I think that we would be able to help students at just charging them $25 per class instead of the 1 hour. That's
Quickly, I want to say I agree with that, Madam Chair, and I agree with what my colleagues have said as well. Because, I speak to people who want to come to HCC, but they don't have the financial support. And I think Trustee Wilson, you made several suggestions, good suggestions, and I love your suggestion. I love it. And, but I think also too, Madam Chair, you starting with just the technology fee, because that's what I was looking at. I'm like, $25 per hour, that's hefty. That's a lot. And I'm like you, 25 per class, I think it would be great. But I also agree with you, Monica. I think we should discuss this at a later date, because we could go on right now forever. And because it is something for us to think about and then come back as a board and talk about it.
The only thing is that we're at a deadline because we're at the point that we need to approve this fees because the enrollment starts soon. And so that's why, we're going to have a retreat, but that's like planning for the following. So if we wanted a quick fix, then the quickest one would have been the amendment. Yes, sir.
So I agree with, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the sentiment. Trustee Wilson, I appreciate you bringing this up. I've been on this bandwagon for quite a while, so I'm excited to talk about different ways that we can use our surplus to directly impact students versus it just end up in the general fund. That being said, I am very hesitant to adopt a change today without having the full financial analysis run. We just don't know what the impact of that change, as innocuous as it may seem, will be on the overall budget situation. I think the other aspect of this where we're in a good position is we can, and it's easy for us to take fees and lower them in the future. This locks us in from raising fees, which I think our students definitely want to see. At the very least, we can give them the assurance that fees will remain flat, which I know we're all committed to, and we can work it down over time as we see everybody's ideas and the full budgetary impact of all of them. So my ask, and I'll vote this way if that's what it plays out to be, is that we approve this for now so that we can get everything published so students can start registration, and then we have a robust conversation about this in future meetings before we adopt the final budget.
Well, we did discuss this a year ago. This is the same discussion, and we did not agree or we did not move on it. So that's why we brought it up again, so, Chancellor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is really a very, very worthwhile conversation to have about the fees and how we address those. The administration has been discussing this as well. With respect to the scholarship funds that were available, the presidents now are working very closely with members of their teams to make sure that they're outreaching to the communities to bring more and more residents in to take advantage of the scholarship dollars we have available via Connect Workforce and Houston Reconnect. With respect to the tuition and fees, we recognize too that we have to publish the schedule. And so that's going to be key to the decisions that are made. And what I'd like to do is to call upon Mr. McCracken, who's over finance and administration, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, members of the board, in order to bring some additional clarity to the conversation. Mr. McCracken.
Madam Chair, may I make a suggestion that might bridge this? And how about this? What if we commit to putting this on the April agenda and voting in the April agenda about a potential change in the technology fee? And that'll give us some time to accumulate the information, and we could potentially bring it down in April after it's published. That way we get a sense of the impact we're talking about, because I agree, I brought up I supported you on the technology fee this last time we talked. I think it's a really important thing. We have given guidance, we just haven't gotten anything back from the administration that reflects our kind of will as a board. And so this way it puts it on the agenda, we are taking a vote, we're going to do some action, and we could lower the fees before people. And I know we're trying to balance this deadline, but that way we might be able to do both without having to legislate things like this at the board table, which I think, I agree with Trustee Chiba, is very dangerous because we don't know all of the impacts that happen when we do this.
Madam Chair, before he speaks, can we do that as part of the audit committee so that the audit committee can have a formal review of the structure and strategy and the IT, because we have been working on the integrated technology fiscal impact, and that has been part of the focus.
Something that we can consider, for the future.
Well, in the audit committee, because I want us to really have we've been working on it, so I want us to really have a candid conversation about what this is going to look like fiscally.
Let's hear from him. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let me start with, we've heard what the board has said, and since our meeting when we first discussed this at the last meeting, we heard it previously as well. We've been in the background working on that draft budget that we presented in January and cutting and trimming and shaving that down because what we heard at the last meeting was really two things. One, we heard around the ad valorem taxes and the desire that rate not go up. We heard that very loud and clear. And then we also heard the piece about tuition and fees, and more specifically, the piece about the technology fee. And so we are working on trying to find where we can carve that money out and what that looks like. I will just say that a back of the envelope calculation, that technology fee change that was proposed today is about $18 million out of the budget. And so that's a significant cut and a significant amount of savings. That's not to say that can't happen, but we would like some time to be able to kind of take a look and figure out how to make that happen. Because that closes some other opportunities that we may have. And so that's kind of what we've been working on in the background, is to figure out where we can cut those costs. We do know that the increased tuition and fees is driven by an increased number of students, which also drives an increase in cost associated with serving those students. And so it's not a one-for-one. Every extra dollar of increased tuition and fees is not an extra dollar that we can drop into something else. But I just wanted to give people a sense of the scale of that number, and to let you know that we have heard that, and we've been working really diligently with the Chancellor and Chancellor's Council to really see where we can cut some costs out of that budget.
Okay, well, thank you. You've informed us well. Trustee Davis.
Mr. McCracken, what does that technology fee pay for?
So it is paying primarily for instructional equipment in classrooms, and is paying for the technology to support that.
Okay.
So a portion of that goes to the IT budget. A significant portion of that also goes to the instructional side to buy those instructional pieces of equipment.
So just so that I understand, you said the Chancellor's team has been working on proposed cuts to that. Are those proposed cuts going to come with some supplement that's going to still provide the equipment and the support material that's needed?
So from a budgeting perspective, the dollars are fungible. And so what we're trying to figure out is where we can fund the things that we need. For, as an example, we know we need instructional technology and equipment. Can we trim that a little bit? We're looking. We know that we're going to need faculty, right? Can we trim that a little bit? We're looking, but we ultimately know that we need more. And so we're looking at those costs that we can kind of move around to get that top line number that we need in terms of expenses. We have to do a balanced budget, so then that's determining the revenue. And we know that we cannot increase taxes. And so when we kind of plug that number in, and then we plug in that we know that the state funding is essentially flat. In fact, we just got a notice last week that the overall kind of outcomes at the state level were higher than what they had predicted in the budget, and so they've kind of delayed as they're reassessing how they're going to address that. So we're just trying to fit all of those numbers, but ultimately we have to fit into that top line number.
Follow up on that. We just hired a chief of AI.
Correct.
Artificial intelligence. And from my understanding, we view that role not just for our, programmatic offerings for AI, but also transforming how we operate and do business and how our students learn.
Right.
Are we considering the fact that we need to perhaps make greater investments in technology to usher in whatever new innovation or opportunities might emanate from that? Is that part of your consideration?
Certainly, and a part of that is the ERP system that you included as part of the board's goals. We've been doing some work and bringing people in to have those conversations about those transitions to those systems. Transitioning to those systems is not going to be inexpensive, but the expectation is that on the backside of that, you get some cost savings, particularly associated with some of your back office functions in particular. So yeah, that's part of the equation. It's not crystallized yet, but it's in there.
The request would be that all of that is on the table when we have that more robust discussion. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, then we're, Trustee Wilson.
Well, I got the desired effect I wanted by getting ideas from the board and the administration. I think this is a good, healthy discussion. It's tough making a decision here at a spur of the moment up here, but it's also, I realize, the deadline. But it seems like those deadlines have always pushed this board into making last-minute decisions, whether it's posting the tuition or having it ready at year end. It's always been a time issue. And if one other thing that I would like to, just the money, what is the effect of lowering the technology fee to $25 an hour, which I guess is cutting it in about a third? And so, what's that? We need to know. And if you're looking at fees, what about doing away with the $6 athletic fee or other fees? But one of the things that I want to make a part of this is make it a marketing also. How does it look to the public? Well, I'm going to go there. They got a deal where if I bring 2 students, I get free tuition, or if they're cutting the tuition 10%, as opposed to cutting a fee. What will get us the most bang out in the marketplace? And would it, and not just that, the underserved communities we've got that we need to help a couple campuses out. Those things, what really, it's not just the money, it's the helping the community, it's the marketing, it's all of that together, and I think that should all be. And then I have a question about if we postpone it, how can we come back to it, or rather than we vote on it and it's gone and nothing happens till next year. So.
From a practical standpoint, if you lower the fee or the tuition amount in April at the April 15th board meeting, the number of students who will have registered for fall is relatively low. We could manually kind of make that adjustment. If you wait until May or June, you start to have a much more significant impact. But if you make that change on April 15th, I don't know exactly how we would manage it, but I'm sure that we can.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no more discussion, then we're ready to vote on item number 2.
Voting has concluded. The item passed with a vote of 6 in favor and, I'm sorry, Trustee Cheatham? Okay. My apologies. The item passed with a vote of 7 in favor, 1 abstaining.
Thank you. The board will now adjourn to a closed or executive session under the Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and/or 551.076 of the Open Meetings Act as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in closed session, such final vote, action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in the open meeting or a subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. The meeting is hereby adjourned to executive session at
5:20 p.m. 5:20 p.m.
Thank you, and then we will be returning for the rest of the items.
6:30 p.m.
Is there a motion to approve item A, authorized transfer residual 2013 CIP program fund from completed CIP project to the Coleman College CIP program?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Ford Fisher will now introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval to authorize the Chancellor to transfer residual 2013 CIP programs funds to the Coleman College CIP program for construction, furniture, fixtures, and equipment for the build-out of existing shell space in the Health Sciences Tower, and to reallocate existing non-bond related capital funds from canceled and/or completed projects to the Coleman College project. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. The Chancellor, I think, just covered the entire action item. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Just for the sake of our listeners out there, can you give us the amount that will be transferred?
Yeah, so we're asking to transfer $6.2 million approximately out of the CIP funding that is left over from existing projects as they're completed. And then there's another $2.7 million that was non-CIP funding that is sitting in the capital fund related to other projects. For altogether, it would be $8.9 million.
Thank you. Trustees, any comments, questions? Seeing none, then we're ready to vote on item A.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Now, is there a motion to approve item B, parking access and revenue control system upgrade system administration parking garage, project number IFB 2604?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration to authorize the Chancellor to execute a contract and parking with Parking Box Corporation, the lowest responsible bidder, meeting specifications to provide parking access and revenue control system upgrade, system administration parking garage in accordance with IFB 26-04. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is for the parking lot controls at the parking garage at 3200 Main. The actual contract amount will be $101,449. We build into this approval item a $10,000 contingency in the event that that is needed. The Whitting vendor is not a small business. This was an IFB, so it is awarded on the basis of price.
Thank you.
Happy to answer
Trustees,
any
any questions? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on item B.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item C, steel supplies and related welding materials, project number RFPC 25-44?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is a recommendation for your consideration of approval to authorize the Chancellor to execute contracts with Steel Supply LP, North Star Steel Company Incorporated, and Nico Services and Mark Logistics to provide steel supplies, and with Linda Gas and Equipment Incorporated and Jonas Enterprises Incorporated to provide welding materials in accordance with RFPC 25-44. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you. And these are support instructional programs on the workforce side. This was an RFP, although none of the bidders were small businesses, so Again, none of these particular bidders are small businesses, but it is a pool so that the instructional folks can order from a choice of 3 for steel supplies and a choice of 2 for their welding materials. I'd be happy to answer any
Thank you.
questions.
Trustees, any questions? My question is that can there be an amount added to it if supplies are needed, as needed?
We cannot exceed the amount of $70,000 and $90,000 that's in the action item without coming back to the board for additional approval. But that does include a little bit of room that's a little bit higher than what the instructional folks asked for.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm just curious, this is such a low dollar amount. Why does this need to come to the board?
Because combined, it's 160, which is over the Chancellor's authority.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now we're ready to vote. Oh, excuse me. Go ahead,
This
Trustee
may be
Wilson.
for legal. I have an account with Lindy Gas and Equipment. Can I vote on this?
Will you repeat your question?
I have an account with Lindy Gas and Equipment. One of my companies does.
Okay, then I think it'd be best if you recuse, and I can look at
Okay.
the connection and determine whether we need to submit an affidavit.
I don't, okay. I won't vote. That's good.
I think what he's saying, he's a customer of theirs.
Right. I buy welding supplies from them also,
Through your business, though.
for my business, yes.
Right, so I think the business relationship could potentially, but I don't know the details of it, so.
Madam Board Counsel, so if we were doing a contract with Shell Oil, who I happen to buy fuel from,
Right. No, I understand the distinction that you're making, but I don't know if there's a contract between Trustee Wilson's business and this organization. Well, it's how much salary he would receive. So if he's buying something, he's not receiving any money from them.
Right.
But if there's a contract that, I don't know what the terms of that contract are. But purchasing something from somebody in and of itself doesn't create a conflict. So if that's the extent of it, then there is no conflict. But if you have a contract with that.
It'll probably pass without me voting, so I'd just soon
But thank
not
you for
vote.
bringing it up. Thank you. Okay. It's better to stay on the safe side. Okay, so we're now ready to vote on item C, steel supplies and related welding materials.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor, with Trustee Wilson recusing from the vote.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item D, General Education Curriculum Review Committee appointments?
So moved.
Second? It's been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval to consider the selection of additional members to the General Education Curriculum Review Committee. And with your permission, Madam Chair, this item will be provided to you by Senior Vice Chancellor Dr. Norma Perez, General Counsel Montgomery, and Board Counsel Mahalik. And with your permission, Madam Chair, they will come to the podium and provide answers to any questions as they are raised.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. This is the agenda item going back to Senate Bill 37, having to do with the General Education Review Committee. If you recall, at your last board meeting in December, you were given an opportunity to go ahead and table that and come back with some nominations, which all of you have nominated members to serve on the General Education Review Committee. So if you see the agenda item, all of the members are listed for you. Each of the trustees provided a name, and there's also the resume for each of those individuals are also in your packet.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't have a nominee from Trustee Tamez.
That is
Is it
correct.
just not, there is?
Dr. Tamez, she chose not to nominate at this time.
Okay, got it. I only saw 8. Thank
So that
you.
means we can have up to 9, and so we have 8.
Trustee Sheehan.
Not a question about this. I'm thrilled by the list. Excited to get these additions to the committee stood up. As these folks are plugged in and as the schedule of their meetings is set, if y'all could just keep us in the loop on how that's all playing out, since these are our community members as well as, friends, confidants, et cetera. So just be good to keep a pulse on it. So thanks in advance.
Thank you. And we thank these people for agreeing to serve as well. So thank you. Any other questions, concerns? Seeing none, then we're ready to vote on the General Education Curriculum Review Committee appointments.
Vote concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you, and again, we thank the team for agreeing to work on this committee. Is there a motion to approve item E, resolution in recognition of Mr. Ryan McCauley?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration to approve a resolution recognizing HCC Foundation outgoing board chair, Mr. Ryan McCauley, for outstanding service to Houston Community College and now Houston City College. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Ms. Karen Schmidt, Executive Director and President of the HCC Foundation, will provide an overview and respond to questions. Ms. Schmidt.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you very much. And in the interest of time, I second what the Chancellor said. Ryan McCauley has had a profound impact on the Houston City College Foundation since his joining of the board in 2015 to the current day. And this is the resolution, and we would recognize him, you all would recognize him at the April meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank him for his service in working with HCC. Voting is now open. Board members, please cast your vote in the resolution in recognition of Mr. Ryan McCauley.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item F, personnel agenda, faculty?
So moved.
It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is a recommendation item for your consideration of approval of the renewal of the full-time faculty contract for academic year 2025-26. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Mr. Rodney Nathan, Chief Human Resources Officer, will provide an overview and respond to questions. Mr. Nathan.
Thank you, Chancellor. Trustees, for your consideration and approval are 2 faculty contracts that are being brought forth. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Trustees? Seeing none, then we're ready to vote on the personnel agenda, faculty.
Concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to use this point of privilege just to thank those that have worked at HCC and have now moved on. We had a large number of retirees that gave us more than 35 years each. So we just want to thank them all for their service to HCC. Thank you. We'll now move to item G, HCC Foundation Quarterly Report. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item. And for the sake of time, I think we all got the report in our book as well. But go ahead.
Very, very good. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is a discussion item focusing on the quarterly report of the HCC Foundation. And with your permission, Madam Chair, In the interest of time, Ms. Karen Schmidt, President of the Foundation Board, will be more than happy to answer any questions of the board.
Trustees, do you have any questions?
No.
Foundation report?
Madam Chair, I know you're probably dying to say something. Can you just mention one or two quick things that you're especially proud of in this report?
First of all, I want to mention real quick, next Friday, not to be missed, the absolutely fabulous scholarship luncheon where generosity meets gratitude. It is the most heartwarming time seeing donors with student recipients, and all of you all are invited to be able to attend. Then, secondly, thank you very much. In the interest of time, here are the financial highlights. These are also reflected in, and you've got a copy of, the 2025 gratitude report. I want to bring to your attention that the HCC Foundation returned $5.24 for every dollar that you all invested. That meant that $10 million, about $10 million, was provided to HCC for scholarships and grants. And just to build on the resolution for Ryan, we set a goal when Ryan first came on board to be able to raise $30 million, and we thought it was impossible from where we were starting. We achieved that goal 16 months ahead of schedule, and then the board stepped up and said, well, if you could do $30 million, you can do cumulative $50 million by fiscal year 28. And as of the end of fiscal year 25, we're sitting at $43 million, $7 million away from that goal. The whole point, though, is fundraising in private funds is a collaborative, cooperative team effort, and the folks who really need to be thanked are you all and the people here, the college presidents and the COE deans. So the foundation gives them a round of applause. Thank you all very, very much, and in the interest of brevity, we really appreciate our Board of Trustee liaisons, and we welcome Trustee Patterson joining us as the new Board of Liaison, and we say thank you so very much to Dr. Cynthia Litton-Gary. And of course, the Chancellor has given us a new charge, and that is, beyond fiscal year 28, we are to take fundraising to the next level, and we are taking that seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Reichard is serving as a liaison as well, so thank you. The next item, H, Capital Improvement Projects Report. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is a discussion item that provides an update on the capital improvements projects. You have the information within your packet. And so once again, in the interest of time, Madam Chair, with your permission, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide answer to any questions the board members may have.
Trustees, do you have any questions on the Capital Improvement Project Report? We discussed some of this already in closed session, so no?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
For your report. Thank you for the information, and it's also listed in our package. So, is there a motion to approve item I, proposed separation agreement and release with a former HCC employee?
So moved.
Second.
Has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration to authorize the Chancellor to execute a separation agreement and release with a former HCC employee regarding a dispute pursuant to the terms as discussed in closed session. However, with your permission, Madam Chair, if there are questions, I will defer to Dr. Montgomery.
Thank you. Trustees? Seeing none? Thank you, Dr. Montgomery. We'll now vote on item I, proposed separation agreement and release with a former HCC employee. Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The item passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Well, thank you, everyone, for a great meeting, and we wish everyone well going home. Make sure you're safe and sound, and continue the business of the college. And thank you to the board members that are here and present. Thank you again for your dedication. With no further business coming before the board, this meeting of the HCC Board of Trustees is hereby adjourned at
6:50 p.m.
Thank you.
Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.